kids, Sloan, Brendel, and Boston, along with his father and mother-in-law, Mark and Deb Core. They run about 400 head of cows with annual sales, including marketing show heifers. So big thanks to Jared for joining us here this morning to take a look at our prospect steers. Class number 1 is where we are going to start this morning as we get things set and ready to rock and roll for a beautiful Sunday, final day of the National Western Stock Show. Twelve head of cattle in class number 1. 12 head of cattle in class number 1. Class 1, Lucy Hott is going to lead it off along with Keith Page, Taylor Kennedy, Cody Avery, Randy Clements, Riley Tiffany, Jasper Helgens, Mesa Drager, Randy Clements, McKinley Long, McKay Van, and Connor Elliott. This class show weight between 546 and 674. Don't forget, if your family and friends are unable to attend the National Western, make sure they tune in to ringsidelive.co on the World Wide Web. I want to say thanks to and is proud sponsor of the National Western Stock Show, from Clippers to education, and is here to support top-notch grooming and fitting for every champion. Let's celebrate the best in livestock and clipping excellence.
My blood is absolutely pumping this morning, and I don't know if it's a little bit nerves or excitement to work through the cattle here today, but to be in the arena here and be able to sort through these, I'm extremely excited. And we start off our day, this young lady, she's going to bring this gold calf around, our class winner. To me, he's just the best build in this class. I think he puts his feet and legs down the most comfortable. I think when you just study him through his chest floor, he's got the most genuine width. I love his body shape. This young lady does an awesome job of putting him together, and when you get him parked at the stand, to me, all of his pieces just fit together the most comfortably, and that's why he wins that class. In an ideal world, we'd maybe just power him up just a little bit and give him a shade-borne muscle down his back. I think that's where the steer in second probably has the advantage. To me, he's just not as quite as comfortable. I'd like to really just make him a little more opened up in his rib cage. But my biggest thing is when I got right in front of the cattle, the young lady's black steer at this age and his maturity, I'd probably still like to see just a little more genuine width through his chest floor. But that's a good-looking calf. He really ties his neck neat and high on the front side of his shoulder. I love the shape and expression he has out of his hip. He's round in his rib cage. I'd just like to open him up just a little bit through his entire cavity, but that's a really high-quality steer to land in second. The black and white calf that comes next, again, just a really high-quality steer. I'd like to maybe just make him a little bigger footed. I'd like to lengthen him out of his hip and just see him go a little better behind. But from his hip forward, he has some real value. I like how he comes out of the back of his shoulder, how he ties his neck neat and high on the front side of his skeleton. I like the set and the shape to his shoulder and knee. Again, just a really nice calf. If we can make this guy here just a little more comfortable and just a little cleaner in terms of his hock down to the ground, I like a lot of things about him. He's broad over his back. He's wide in his pin set. He's good in terms of his rib cage. He's got a really neat look. He's got a stout, bold head up front on him. To me, when we put the cattle in motion, I probably just struggled with the way the set and the design to his hind leg. I just need to see him just a little cleaner in terms of his joints at this age of his maturity. We've got the tag team of the brothers here that come next with the shorthorn steer, and the young man's doing an awesome job of showing his calf. I like him a lot. He's high quality. He's up-headed. He's good-looking. He balances extremely well. I think as you just compare him to the couple of the cattle right in front of him, we'd like to make him just a little bigger footed and set him down a little softer in his pastern. But again, a really, really high-quality steer. The black white-tailed steer that comes next, love his body shape. If we can make him just go a little better behind, keep him a little more within his skeleton when he goes, he'll want to get a little wide walking. But from there forward, like we said, his body shape's good, his muscle's good. Just need to make him a little more comfortable at the ground. White steer, flexible, loose made, nothing wrong with his basic build, practical kind. Probably just need to stouten him up, make him a little neater in terms of his lines when you compare him to a couple of the cattle in front of him. This calf here, a little greener in his build. He's long and he's extended. Just need to make him a little more comfortable when he goes away from you. And then we get into just the next four cattle. Again, just need a little more time, a little more feed. They come at us maybe just a little greener in terms of their condition. Maybe don't have the extra muscle or the shape of some of the other cattle in this class, but a really, really competitive class to start off our day. My compliments to the young lady and the class winner with a really nice steer.
That is class number one. We will have the official results momentarily as class two comes into the ring. That is Caleb Thompson, Carson Corum, Mesa Becker, Bo Dixon, Randy Clements, Jesse Watkins, Payson Stromberger, Trey Teeter, Riley Tiffany, Chesney Prince, Avalee Hastings, and Kayla Lippert. This class is 697 to 737 on show weight. Thanks to John Deere, the official agriculture and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now. And remember, nothing runs like a Deere. Here are the results from class number 1. First place, Mesa Drager with Gus. Second is McKinley Long. Third is going to be Keith Page. Fourth, that is Taylor Kennedy. Fifth, Cody Avery. Sixth is Riley Tiffany. Seventh.
young lady brings us a calf and kind of catches an extra gear in this class, in my opinion. And he also has kind of an extra gear. She really wants to go and kind of push on this young lady a little bit. Interestingly enough, though, as he kind of trots around the ring, his feet are really good. He stays square. And I like his flexibility and mobility. I think once that calf really decides that he wants to settle in and be a show calf, I do think there's a tremendous amount of quality to this steer. He reads with quality up through his head and his ear set and his neck. I like the way that his shoulder sets on the front side of his skeleton. He's bold in his rib cage. He's square out of his hip. His bone matches his body, and he's just dense all the way through. I like that calf quite a bit. I really do like the steer here the young man's gotten second. And from a basic build standpoint, young man, you got a nice feeding project that I think is going to last all the way through because his feet are good, his legs are good, his flexibility is good. He gives you a nice look from the side, and he's got good ring presence. When we just compare him to that class winner, that class winner's just got a little more extras than you got in this calf here. He's just a little neater made, and nothing wrong with this guy's build. I'd like to clean him up in his sheath a little bit. I'd like to neaten him up there on the top side of his neck. But that's a really nice feeding steer that young man's got, and he's got a nice project to continue out through the year. Young lady with the red calf that comes next, if we can get just a little more center body and shape and boldness of rib cage to this calf, he has a lot of things going for him. I think his feet and legs in this particular class is what gets him up into the third hole. When you set him in motion, I think he's just quite a bit more flexible than the two steers that come right behind him. I like the set and the shape to his hind leg a little truer. To me, to rival that top pair, we just got to see a little more rib cage in that particular calf. And I think with some time and some feed, again, that young lady's got a really nice project. And to me, his feet and legs are always going to keep him competitive. Nice job to that young lady. I really want to like the young man's Blue Roan steer here. I like his shape. I love his body, his rib cage, and his softness as you study him through his chest floor back into his flank. It's just when I watch him go right away from me, I'd like to raise him a shade in his pin set. I'd like to square him up at his hock. He'll get just a little narrow when he leaves you. I'd just like to give him a little more base width down low. But that's a really high-quality steer. He's got a neat look, and he's highly presented. The black and white steer, if we can set him down just a shot truer in terms of his ankle and his rear foot, to me, that calf can move up quite a few spots because he's got a really neat look from the side. I love the way that he comes out of the back of his shoulder with his rib cage and his stoutness and his power. To me, his biggest problem is just making that bone and that foot match some of that power that he has up high. We just need to make him just a little stouter featured at the ground so he can get out and go a little more comfortably. Young lady's doing an awesome job with their steer that comes next, and I like your calf quite a bit. Same thing, good project, get him a little more ring experience, and I think you're going to have a nice run with this calf. I like his feet, his flexibility, his legs, all of that are really, really good on this particular calf. He maybe doesn't have quite as much muscle as some of the calves that go right in front of him and would maybe like to stouten him up behind, but that's a really practical, good feeding steer. He's got a nice look to him from the side. Gray calf here, same thing. Just a really practical, functional kind of a steer. Good at the ground, good in terms of his angles and his softness and his just joint work. To me, again, you'd maybe like to power him up in terms of his shape. Maybe like to neaten him up in terms of his front end and make him a little stouter in terms of his head shape. Then we kind of get to one here. To me, he's probably a little different than some of the ones in this class, and I do like a lot of things about him, and I can appreciate his shape. I can appreciate his bone and his neck. To me, at this age, at this maturity, he hits me a little bit low-riderish, and I'd like to maybe just give him a little more stability from behind when you watch him go right away from you. You know, at this stage, he probably just gets a little outside of his skeleton. We just like to pull him back inside of himself when he goes right away from you. We get into three cattle here. Again, just need a little more time and a little more feed. They're long, they're extended. They're cattle that has some growth and some performance to them. Just need a shot more rib cage to balance up things from the profile, and just need a little more power relative to some of their contemporaries. Very good class, neat class winner there on the top end.
So results from class number 2. First place is Chesney Prince. Second is going to be Caleb Thompson. The third, Mesa Becker. Fourth is Jesse Watkins. Fifth, that is going to be Carson Corum. Sixth is Evelyn Hastings. Kayla Lippert is seventh. Eighth is Trey Teeter. And ninth, Payson Stromberger. 10th is Riley Tiffany. And 11th is Randy Clements. That is Class 2. There's a correction in Class number 1. First, Mesa Drager. Second is McKinley Long. Third is Keith Page. Fourth, Taylor Kennedy. Fifth is McKay Vance. Sixth is Cody Avery. Seventh, Riley Tiffany. Eighth is Lucy Hott. Ninth is Connor Elliott. 10th, Randy Clements. 11th, Jasper Helgens. And 12th is Randy Clements. Congratulations to those 2 classes. Class number 3 is coming into the ring. The show weight on these between 740 and 774. Thanks to Murdoch's Family Work, Pets, and Land, Murdoch's has you covered for jeans, boots, hardware, and fencings, toys, tack, and much more. Shop Murdoch's online and find your store at murdochs.com.
This is a really good class, and I wanted to walk these first four again, and it's not because I wanted to see my class winner back out. It was probably a little bit more between 2, 3, and 4. I think that's where you kind of got to make some decisions on where you want to sit on maturity, body shape, structure, balance, and those types of things. But to me, our class winner, he's pretty easy for me. And, if you want to say he needs a shot more bone, I'm not going to argue with you. I'd probably do that just a little bit to match his bulk and his mass that he has on the top side of his skeleton. But to me, when you put the cattle in motion, I think he's the most comfortable. I love his body shape and his just roundness and boldness to his cage. It allows him to open up extremely bold and powerful on the top side of his skeleton. He's got a neat look from the side. I just think that's a really good calf. He's a nice feeding steer that's got a lot of good pieces and parts. And I think with some time and some maturity, I do think that's a really nice fat steer when it's all said and done. So congratulations to that young man. Like I said, it gets a little more challenging between 2, 3, and 4 because I think there's some structural differences. I think there's some differences in just body shape and maturity. You've got one that's probably on the upper end in terms of size on this class, and then you got one that's a little bit on the lighter side maybe in this particular class. And I think if he comes in a different class, I think this calf can probably get up a little bit higher than what he is. But the one that we land on second, he's the most like our class winner in terms of his shape at this point and body and his power and how he comes out of the back of his shoulder. I like how he's assembled up front. To me, we'd maybe just like to set him down just a shade softer behind in terms of his rear foot and his pastern. That's a really, really nice steer that's got a neat look. He's got plenty of shape. Young man does a really nice job. I do really like the steer that comes in third. If we can just give him a shot more body and a little more shape to his cage, there's a lot of things you can like about that calf. He's really extended up front. I think his structure is what gets him ahead of the black and white one that comes next. I think he's a little bit more comfortable. He's just probably the greenest in this particular class. Just needs a little bit more time, but a nice steer that's got a neat look. The black and white one, when we put him on the stand, you can really appreciate a lot of things about him. He's bold and he's powerful in his upper hip. He's square down low. I like his look and his balance. We just put the cattle in motion. He's just a little outside on just all four corners in terms of where he sets his feet and his toe. We just need to make him a little softer, a little truer, square him up at the ground, and make him a little more comfortable. This calf here that comes next, I'll be honest, I like a lot of things about him. There's a lot of neat things. He's maybe doesn't come to us as clean and neat and made as some of the others, but to me, that's a nice looking one that's bold in his rib cage. He's stout out through his hip. That steer's got a really, really nice look, and I think he could have a nice future to him. Just needs a little bit more time. Really, really neat calf there. The black and white one, young lady, you do an awesome job of putting this calf together and showing him, and I like a lot of things about him. He is he's a round-bodied calf that's got some muscle and some shape. I think he's good in terms of his feet and legs. He's maybe just doesn't have some of the extras as some of these do in this particular class. I don't think he's quite as stout when you get right in behind him and through his twists and his lower quarters. Maybe some of the other cattle in this class, he's maybe not quite as picked up in his front end and his neck placement up front. But that's a really nice steer, and that'll be a nice project for you. Young lady comes with her silver calf next, and again, doing an awesome job. That's a really just good steer at the ground. I love his feet. I love the way that he gets out and goes. He just needs a little more time, a little more feed to bulk up in the top side of his skeleton like some of these other cattle in this class. But that young lady has a lot of nice pieces to work with in that particular calf. That'll be a fun project as she continues on. The shorthorn steer, if we can raise him in his pin set and level him up out through his hip, again, a very high-quality steer. To me, when you just peel him off and you study him from the side, some of the pieces just don't fit from his chest floor back into his flank, and he's a little off in there in terms of his hip. But again, he's got some shape up high. He's round in his body. He's got a nice look up front. The blue tag black steer, if we can make him a little more comfortable in the way he sets down behind, I think he can slide up a few spots. He's stout. He's powerful. He's probably one of the heavier muscled steers in this class. We just need to see him a little more comfortable at the surface. Then we get into a group of cattle here, again, maybe to me, aren't quite there yet in terms of their maturity, aren't quite there yet in terms of just shape. This one here I thought was maybe just a shot sounder than some of the other cattle. The shorthorn appearing white steer that comes next, again, flexible. I'd maybe like to just give him a shot more muscle. To me, he hits maybe a little softer in terms of his makeup and his muscle shape. We just need to power him up. We've got one that is a little more powered up. He just needs to handle it a little better. And then we get into two steers over there that, to me, just maybe need to be a little reconstructed at the ground. Maybe need to come with a little more look. But they're big, they're tall, they're stout. They've got some performance to them. They just need to probably be a little neater and a little truer as they hit the surface. Very good class, a challenging class there on the top end. My compliments to all those exhibitors.
Congratulations, Class 3 winner is going to be Landry Fuss with Slim Jim. The second is going to be Grady Vance with Charlie. Third is Cooper Miller. Fourth is Sage Carnahan. Fifth is Callie Hosford. Sixth is Kelby Hess. Seventh is Joycelyn Drew. Then eighth is going to be Scarlett Kirst. Ninth place, Duke Schinling. Then 10th is Brody Wooten. 11th, Harper Dow. And 12th is White Miller. 13th, McKinley Donna. And 14th, Connor Elliott. So now we are going to go to Division 1 drive. We bring in Mesa Drager from Class 1, Chesney Prince from Class 2, and Landry Fuss from Class 3.
We get out here for our first division, and again, as we start off this show, there's an extreme amount of quality these young people have brought to us in this ring. And as we get them back out here, I'm not going to go back through all and talk them. I'll just make some general brief comments. And to me, it's pretty easy. I think there's one out here that doesn't look like the rest in a good way. And I think he's just quite a bit more unique than the rest of his contemporaries in quite a few areas. And then I think it probably gets a little bit more challenging for reserve. But I still think there's a steer that fits the mold of kind of what we're working towards and what we want to try to find, but maybe just doesn't have some of the extras with our champions. So give these exhibitors a round of applause. I'm going to go ahead and I'll get you a top 5 out of this division we can bring back later today.
So that is going to be Chesney Prince out of Class 2. That means Caleb Thompson will now move up. And reserve will be out of Class 3. Landry Fuss. We'll move up Grady Vance. Going to be out of Class 1, Mesa Drager with Gus. And we'll move up McKinley Long. Out of Class of 3, that is Grady Vance. That'll move in Cooper Miller. And that'll be Caleb Thompson out of Class 2. So congratulations, Chesney Prince out of Class 2 will be your grand for the division. Second, reserve will be Landry Fuss. Third, Mesa Drager. Fourth, Grady Vance. And fifth, Caleb Thompson. Congratulations to our division winners as we get set for now Class number 4. Weight range 776 to 793. There are 13 in this class. Charlie Landers, Emma Schilling, Kinsley Bremer, Taylor Kennedy, Maya Vance, Mary Ann Fassett, Peyton Landers, Hunter Sanders, Michael McGinney, and Bo Dixon, Jacob O'Donohoe, and Lena Halfin, Weston Elwood. I want to say thanks to Saunders Construction. Saunders was locally founded in 1972 and now one of the largest, most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders with well-paid positions with opportunities with career growth. Visit at www.saundersincorporated.com for more information on a career and opportunities. Superior Farms, proud to help sponsor the National Western Stock Show. We invite you to see more about how we help family farms. See the video at superiorfarms.com. Again, Class of 4 coming into the show ring. Well, as the tradition continues with the Colorado Farm Show taking place in Island Grove Park in Greeley, January 27, 28, 29th, approximately 300 ag-related exhibitors, 3 days of seminars and more. Admission is free and $5 parking raises funds to support the youth in agriculture through scholarships. Visit coloradofarmshow.com. Thanks to Weaver Leather. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping out and for you to be the very best you can be. Stop by their booth between the Junior Barn and Stadium Arena and check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling the enthusiasm of showing livestock with innovative products at the National Western Stock Show. Stop by and check them out.
It's a challenging class to sort through. I think you have 3 very, very high quality steers on this side over here, and a couple that we really like at the stand, but maybe tweak them just a little bit when we put the cattle in motion. And so it makes it challenging for me on these top 3 is because they have to continue to do all the right things as they mature to a finishing weight. And so for me, I thought when you just got in on the cattle, the steer that's probably the rawest in terms of his condition, but yet still is the squarest build is a young man up here on the black shirt. He's going to be our class winner. I think when you get right in behind the cattle and you study his shape up high, out of his hip, and the way he carries it down low, I think he's just the truest, and he's the squarest in terms of his build. I think he's got the most shape down low in his quarter and his twist. I think that calf, if he does the right things and feeds, he has a lot of really neat pieces and parts. He just needs a little time and maturity, and I like a lot of things about him. I just thought he was the most comfortable. I thought he was the squarest, and I thought he had the most raw shape in him at this point of his life, and I thought he was just a little better necked and headed than our steer that ends up in second. I love the steer in second at the ground. When we put the cattle in motion, he's got huge feet. They're square, they're soft, they're flexible, and I like that calf quite a bit. You get right on top of him, his shape's good out of his back and out of his shoulder and over his hip. I just probably like to just stouten him up a little bit down low in his lower quarter. When he goes right away from you, relative to our class winner, I didn't see probably as much power, muscle down low, but that's a really, really high-quality steer. He's got good feet and legs. His structure, his balance, his look, always keep him competitive. The steer that comes in third, I probably, of those initial three, struggled the most as we put those cattle on a profile view to get his lines and his balance to just proportion as well and fit. To me, that calf, he's a little deeper in his neck, a little deeper in his shoulder, and when you put him in motion, he wants to rock everything forward, and his flank line and his chest floor, they struggle maybe just a little bit balance up. But his hind leg is good, he's flexible, he's got good feet, he's got a lot of nice shape in terms of muscle and power. He's maybe just not quite as just neat in terms of his build as those first two are. Young lady with the black steer that comes next, he's maybe a little bit more of a low rider relative to those first couple. I think he's going to be a little more moderate steer when it's all said and done. I'd like to raise him up in his pin set when we just stop or we put the cattle in motion. At times he'll want to sit back on his hip just a little bit. He looks a little rounder. I'd like to lengthen that, but I love his body shape. I love his muscle. You put the cattle in motion, I think he's quite a bit more flexible and stays inside of his skeleton than the next three cattle that we have coming. I love the red steer at the stand. The young lady does an awesome job. He is extremely highly presented. My biggest problem is when we put the cattle in motion, again, at this stage, at this maturity, he's probably getting outside of himself just a little too much for me from behind. We just need to get him back inside in terms of his structure down low, but his body shape is awesome, his muscle's awesome. At the stand, there's a lot of things to love about the calf. We just need to make him just a little more fluid when we put the cattle in motion. Same thing goes for this calf next. Young lady, you've done an awesome job with this steer. His hair's on point. He's clipped good. He's fit good. That's a really, really high-quality steer. It's just when we put the cattle in motion, his tail head comes up. He drops in his loin. I'd like to see just a little more set and step to his rear hock and his rear foot. But again, when we get him parked, he'll give you a really, really neat look. It's just when the cattle go in motion is where maybe he struggles just a little bit. The white-legged one, I love his body shape, his muscle, his stoutness, and his power. All of those things read extremely good. They read easy feeding to me. It's just, again, when we put the cattle in motion, that calf wants to get up on his pasture in just a little bit. He's not quite as comfortable as maybe some of the cattle that are right in front of him. Young man's got a good, high-quality, good-looking steer here. He's fit well. He's highly presented. In this particular class, I didn't see as much body shape and much just chub in terms of center body. And then for me, for him, as he gets out and goes, if he could move just a shot better, I think we can slide him up in a couple spots. He's just a little narrow down low for me, and his body shape kind of reads out a little bit in terms of just his overall build. The red steer, long, extended. He's got some grow. He's got some performance in him. He'll be a heavyweight steer when it's all said and done. You get him out and he goes, and he's pretty flexible. Just needs to balance up a little truer from the side relative to some of the cattle right in front of him. Young man's baldy steer. Again, just needs a little more time, a little more feed, but a calf that's got some neat parts and pieces. We get into a set of cattle here and a very heavy muscled steer that's bold and he's powerful. Again, maybe some of the pieces and parts don't fit. He's a little bigger shouldered, and then when we watch him go right away from us, he gets a little narrow at his hock and down low. We just need to maybe square him up to match some of that mass and that power that he has up high. The shorthorn steer, young man, doing a good job staying with it. Again, a long, extended steer, a calf that just needs a little more time on feed. He needs to be a little stouter when you get right in behind the cattle. And then the young man here with the white-footed calf, again, a practical steer, nothing wrong with his basic build. I'd like to stouten him up in his foot shape and his bone. I'd like to just give him a shot more muscle. Young man's doing an awesome job. Very nice class, a challenging class there on the top end. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, class number 4 winner, Weston Elwood with Snoop. Weight 793. Second is going to be Marianne Fassett. Third is Peyton Landers. Fourth is Elena Haflin. Then fifth is going to be Maya Vance. Sixth is Kinsley Bremer. Seventh is Hunter Sanders. Eighth is Bo Dixon. Ninth is Taylor Kennedy. 10th is Michael McGinney. And 11th, Emma Schilling. 12th is Charlie Landers. And 13th, Jacob Dono. Congratulations to the class number 4. Class number 5 coming in the ring. That is Daphne Hastings, Shane Rogers, Emery Chamberlain, Reese Elwood, Jude Jones, Vianna Sales, Lucas Mullins, Lane Anderson, Savannah Ingram, Quinn Hall, Chloe Lampard, Sydney Mittling, Crooks Ribbon, and Shane Rogers. Say thanks to Common Spirit. Common Spirit Health is a proud and presenting partner and the official first aid provider of the National Western Sox Show. Common Spirit is committed to unleashing the healing power of humanity through human kindness. Learn more at mountain.commonspirit.org. I want to say thanks to all the great volunteers here at the National Western, along with our ring steward and ring help. Thank you for what you do, and we greatly appreciate you.
This is a really tough class, and you got to make some calls on what you're comfortable with. You got to make some calls on what you deem acceptable. And there's not one in here that says, hey, I'm the champ. But there's a lot of really, really good steers in this particular class. And so if you end up 4th or 5th in this class, man, I'm sorry. It's just how I saw them. And don't leave here being like, oh man, he hated my calf, because I didn't. These first 5, all 6, even the young lady over there, I kind of felt bad pulling her a little bit earlier. But they're all really, really good cattle. And I'll be the first to admit up here on the front end, and this is not a dig to the young lady, this calf is probably not the highest presented one in this class, but he's the best one in my opinion. I think when you just study him at the surface, he's got the best feet. He's got the best bone. You get on top of him, his back shape is awesome. His upper pin set is awesome. I love his head shape. I love his shoulder, his front knee. When you put him in motion, he's the most flexible one. That's the roundest in his rib cage. That's got muscle. He's just maybe not as presented to the elite level as maybe some of these other cattle. And that's not a dig against you at all. I like your calf. He won the class. So to me, I just think he's the highest quality. I think he's the one. If I had to say, if I'm going to take one home for one of my kids to show, the one I probably felt the most comfortable with would be that young lady's right there. Man, when you get your calf parked and stopped at the stand, he's the class winner. It's over. We put him in motion, and I don't know if it's the surface. I do think he's probably just a little smaller in terms of his foot shape, but the calf wants to get up on his ankle, and he wants to roll just a little bit from behind. Standing there, body shape's awesome, muscle's awesome, he's good looking. We just need to be him a little bit more comfortable when he hits the surface. I do like this gold steer that comes in 3rd a lot. And to me, what makes it so challenging, I just want to see a shot more rib cage in this particular calf. I want to see a little more feedability to that particular calf, because when you study him from his chest floor back into his flank, he just wants to run uphill and cut up. He's got an awesome look. He's got big feet. To me, we just need to make him a little bolder in terms of his rib cage. The biggest thing, though, when we put him in motion, I still think he's really sound. I do think he gets just a nickel quick in his step from behind. And so for me, not having enough rib cage and then being a little that way behind, that's probably where I struggled with him, and that's kind of how he landed in 3rd. The big pieces steer is right here in front of us. He is big, he's bold, he's big up high, but with that, some of those big pieces, some of the other things are big too. He's a little big in his shoulder. When you come right out of the top side of his shoulder, the calf gets a little flatter as he comes back into his hook bones, and then he wants to round out there just a little bit. At times, you're like, hey, he's really a top-class contender, and then at times he can hit you just a little rounder and a little opened up in his shoulder. I do like the calf a lot. If he comes with that extra shape to his rib cage, young man's got a bright future and a really good calf to continue to feed on. I love the silver steer at the stand. At the stand, you could build a case and say, hey, I really like this steer, and I do too. He is up-headed. He is neat in his lines. He's got a big hind leg and a big rear foot, the way that it hits the surface. But when we put the cattle in motion, I just thought he got just a little straighter up in his shoulder and his knee, and the way he works out of his front end, he's a little quick in his step up front, and I just didn't think he was quite as comfortable as maybe as some of the other cattle. And then with that, I didn't think he was quite as bold when you got right in behind the cattle. The calf that comes next, to me, again, this pair of steers, they are very nice. They've got good lines. They're just a little greener in terms of their body shape. They're a little greener in terms of their muscle. When you got right in behind both of these cattle, relative to those ones that were right in front of them, I didn't think they carried as much muscle down low, from the top side of their skeleton to the bottom of the rib, from the top of their hip down to their lower quarter. But those are two really, really good steers. They're practical, they're functional, they're sound. They've got body shape. They just need a little bit more time. Young man that comes next, again, when you get on top of this steer, you like his shape over his back and his loin and his upper hip. Just hit me a little today, a little harder in terms of his rib shape. He just needs a little more time, a little more feed. Practical, functional steer that comes next. Again, nothing wrong with his basic build. That'll be an easy calf to feed. Maybe didn't have some of the extras of look and balance as some of the other cattle. He gets a little tighter in his spine when we put him in motion. The orange steer next, I'd like to maybe just clean him up in terms of his foot shape and size. He's not quite as stout, but he is flexible, he's sound, he's loose made. That's a nice calf. The gold one, long and extended, he's got some muscle, probably needs a shot more durability in terms of his rib cage. And the same thing goes for the black steer next. Up-headed and good-looking and nice in his build, just need to have a shot more shape to his center body. And then we get into two cattle that have some of that, maybe just some structural concerns. The young lady's white steer, I'd like to clean him up in his hock just a little bit, give that black steer just a shot more rib cage. A hard class, very, very nice set of steers there on the top end.
Results from class number 5. First is going to go to Savannah Ingram. Second is Croak Driven. And third is Emery Chamberlain. Then fourth place is Lane Anderson. Fifth is Vienna Sales. Sixth is Chloe Lamphar. Seventh is Reese Elwood. Eighth is Lucas Mullins. Ninth, Quentin Hall. 10th is Dabney Hastings. 11 is Shane Rogers. 12 is Sydney Midney. 13th, Jude Jones. 14th, Shane Rogers. Congratulations to those winners in class number 5. Class number 6 is coming into the ring. That is Pacey Luark, Keegan Ross, Danica Prinz, Ivy Hansel, Willie Schill, Brody Wooten, Genevieve Williams, Bays Hastings, Coy Johnson, Perrin Jones, Jaden Forgetto, Paul McGinty, and Trey Teeter. The show weight 811 through 825. Thanks to Andis. Take your clipping fitting skills to the next level with Emerge and Pulse ZR2 clippers from Andis. Experience the perfect trifecta of control, power, and efficiency to reach flawless finishes. Find them at your Andis dealer today.
It's a challenging class, and I would say from midway down is probably where I had the most challenge, and to me that's still important on trying to get some of those cattle lined up. We work to the front end of this class. For me, is probably a little bit non-negotiable. Our class winner, I think, is very, very high quality. I think the calf gives you an incredible look. I wish she'd show a little better for this young lady, because he kind of wanted to pull back just a little bit. But I think that's a really good steer. That's just pretty hard to put a hole in terms of his shape, his hind leg, and his hip, and his length of hip, his rear foot, and the way that it hits the surface. If you want to get picky, you'd clean him up just a little bit in his front feet, make them just a little truer and a little square in terms of his foot shape and his size. But for me, he's the class winner pretty easily, and I'd argue on that for a little bit. Young man that comes in second, same thing. Like, you just kind of fall into second in this class. You got a lot of similar parts and pieces what our class winner does, but maybe just not as much everywhere as what our class winner does. This calf's got an awesome look from the side. He is up-headed. He is cool-headed. I love a lot of things about him, his balance and his lines. When he goes right away from me is where I can sort that pair pretty quick. I think he just gets a little narrow underneath in terms of his structure when he's going right away. But this look right here, and the young man does an awesome job of putting him together from the side. That's an impressive calf, and you've got a nice project to continue on. I like that steer quite a bit. I like the red steer in third, and I like him because of his muscle shape. His rib cage, his stoutness, and his power. He's not quite as clean made as what our two are right in front of him. I don't think he probably hits the surface with as much coordination behind in terms of the way his hind leg and his foot hit the surface. But I like his shape. I like his density of muscle. All of those things read really, really well. Young man doing an awesome job coming next. And I do, again, like the steer quite a bit. When we put motion, though, he maybe wants to just rock his shoulder down on the front side of his skeleton just a little much. He'll come apart there a little bit behind his blade, and he just doesn't hold his lines with as much balance as those first three do when we put him in motion. But I like his bone, I like his shape, I like his look. Just when we put him in motion, he just probably needs to come together with a little bit more look and balance. Young man with the gold white-legged one that comes next, he's doing an awesome job out here. If that shirt was a little bit my size, I'd wear that thing. I like that shirt a lot. That is neat. And that calf you got, he is very, very high quality, so keep it up with him as well. I love his shape. He's a high cutability steer when it's probably all said and done. He's bold in his body shape. He's got some bone, and he's got some look. He just probably needs a little bit more time and feed. Young lady here got herself a real sound, practical steer that's loose made. He's really good out of his hip. He hits the surface good. He needs a shot more center body and rib cage, a little bit more power when we get right on top of that particular calf. Same thing follows for this white-legged one. He's long and extended. He just needs to catch up some chub with his extra frame that he has. He probably just hit me a little more greener on the top side of his skeleton in terms of his shape and his rib cage. And then we get into a group of cattle. In my opinion, this is probably where it got the most challenging to sort. I think, to me, the black steer here, body shape and rib cage doability, that's what allowed him to kind of get above some of these contemporaries. Same thing with the silver steer, a practical steer. Maybe like to clean him up there, though, on the top side of his neck, harden him up just a little bit in his muscle shape. He's a little softer made all the way through. And then we get to a steer that's going to be heavyweight. For me, he probably just carries a little too much of that balance or that weight in the front one-third of his skeleton. We just need to have his flank match the front side of his chest floor just a little truer, make him a little bolder in his rib cage. We get into a couple cattle here. To me, again, nothing wrong with their basic build. They're going to feed. They just don't maybe have some of the extras. They need a shot more bone, a little bit more muscle, rival some of their contemporaries in this class. A very high-quality class winner on the top end. Congratulations, those young exhibitors.
Class number 6 results. First place is Danica Prince. Second is going to be Coy Johnson. Third is Keegan Ross. Fourth, Willie Schill. Fifth is going to be Bays Hastings. Sixth is Paisley Luark. Seventh is Trey Teeter. Eighth, Jay Pergetto. Ninth is Brody Wooten. 10th is Paul Mingahini. And 11th, Genevieve Williams. 12th is Farron Chiltz and 13th Ivy Housel. Congratulations to those winners in class number 6 as we start our Division II drive. Division II. We will bring back out Weston Elwood out of class number 4, Savannah Ingram out of class 5, and Danica Prinz of class 6. So our division drive is what we're looking at. Thanks to John Deere, the official agriculture and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now. And remember, nothing runs like a deer.
Again, a really good division. And so let's put our hands together for all these exhibitors on an outstanding set of prospect steers. You know, we get them back out here, and maybe from the last division to this division, you know, I did think it was a little harder to kind of maybe put some of those classes together of some of those cattle where you thought they were 4 or 5 deep, and they were really good all the way through. And again, we talked about like in that one class, you know, there was some things you really kind of had to, you know, figure out where you wanted to be on a few things, and that's how that class kind of particularly played out. We get them back out here, though. I still think there's a extremely high quality one that still hits me pretty hard when we bring them back out here. And then I think after that, to me, there's a couple of them that can kind of fall right in there as we continue on. So again, great division, really, really good set of juniors out here showing these cattle. My compliments to you and good luck. We'll go ahead and get you a champion reserve and a top 5 out of this division.
That is going to be Danica Prinz with 19833, and that will now move up Coy Johnson. Reserve champion will be out of class number 4, Weston Elwood. We will get you the official results in just a moment from our division as we go to class number 7. Class 7 coming into the ring. Adeline Myers, Brock Welp, Lawrence Baked, Payson Stromberger, Jesse Jaquez, Schaefer Brown, Kimberly Sanchez, Kara Brimmer, Peyton Lork, Dylan Thompson, Kaylee McGuire, and Tayton Clement. Okay, correction out of the division drive. First is going to be Danica Prince out of class number 6. Second is going to be Savannah Ingram out of class 5. Third, Crocs Rubin out of class number 5. Henry Chamberlain out of class number 5. And Lane Anderson, 5th, out of class number 5. Congratulations to those division winners. We are in class number 7.
We can go ahead and bring these first couple steers around. And again, honestly, a really good class all the way through. And I would say from a feedability standpoint of some of the classes we've been through, I think a lot of these cattle have the ability to do that, and a lot of them are good on their feet and legs. It's just some differences in terms of balance and structure that probably sort some of them. But so my compliments to you guys in this particular class, because it's probably the most uniform that we have seen. Our class winner, to me, I think where I like him a little better in his shoulder and how his neck picks up out of his front end than what the one does in second. I think he's a calf that when you watch him go right away from you, I think he handles it a little better and truer from behind. He gives you a neat look from the side. Young lady does an awesome job of putting him together. The one here in second, he's maybe got a shot more just bone. He's got a lot of bulk on the top side of his skeleton. To me, his shoulder design and the way it sits on the front of his skeleton is probably a shot low, and then it just doesn't hook up as neat right there behind his blade. But still, a really, really good calf. It was a close top pair. That's how I saw the differences. I thought when you put those cattle in motion, I thought our class winner was just a little truer as he worked out of his front end and his shoulder and his blade. I like the silver steer that comes next. Soft-bodied, round-made, bold in his rib cage. He's got some muscle and flexibility. Again, young lady does an awesome job of putting him together. I think that's a really solid steer, one that's got a lot of future to him. This one comes at us probably a shot greener in this particular class in terms of his body shape and just his flank. I think with some time and some feed, young man, you got a nice project here. He just needs a little bit more time. He balances up extremely well. He's really good up through his neck and his shoulder. A calf that still reads with plenty of raw shape up high. We just need to soften him up in his makeup just a little bit and have him catch up from a chub standpoint. The Brockle-faced calf that comes next at the stand, you like a lot of things about him. We put him in motion. The calf probably just a little too far forward in his blade. He probably doesn't bounce up quite as true as some of the cattle right in front of him from his chest back into his flank. But again, a really high-quality steer, a nicely presented calf. And again, that young lady does a really good job as well. We get into a set of cattle here, again, that are presented extremely well, and these young people are doing an awesome job with them. To me, they probably hit me just a little harder in terms of their makeup today. They probably need just a little more feed, a little more chub to them. That's a nice calf there that's bowled out of his hip. He's square up high. Just need to see that match a little bit truer. As you come to the base of his rib cage, he'll want to draw up just a little bit. The gold steer, long, extended, good looking from the side. You step in behind the cattle, I think he needs a shot more muscle and shape. Then you get in behind this one here, the black steer. He's got plenty of shape. We just put him on a profile, and he needs to become with a little more softer look from the side. His rib cage is a little tighter. He's a little higher there in his flank, but that's a really high-quality steer that's got a nice look. Young man with the red calf, extremely highly presented, does a very, very good job, and I like a lot of things about him. He just hit me a little straight behind in terms of his hock and his rear foot and his pastern. To me, he just needs to be a little softer made as well. We get into a set of cattle, to me, that probably have maybe a little bit more doability in terms of their rib cage. Just like to fix them a little bit in terms of their structure and their joints. When we put them in motion, they probably get just a little coarser. But again, a really high quality class, a very deep set of steers. My compliments to all those exhibitors.
Results from the class number 7. Congratulations, Kara Britmer is going to be first. Second is Lawrence Pate. Third is Payson Stromberger. Fourth is Jesse Watkins. Fifth is Peyton Luark. Sixth, Brock Welp. Seventh is Tate Clement. Eighth is Dylan Thompson. Ninth is Schaefer Brown. 10th is Caleb McGuire. 11th, Kimberly Sanchez. 12th is Adeline Myers. Congratulations to those winners of class number 7. Coming into the show ring is class number 8. Bryson McKim, Brazos Heck, Tinley Bibbins, Trotter Thomas, Madison McIntosh, Bailey Johnson, Ashton Smeltzer, Bailey Johnson, Helena Halpin, McKinley Long, Camden Hess, and Payson Hess. Thanks to Sullivan Show Supply, as a family-owned and operated company founded in 1989, an innovative leader in livestock show supply. Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products to its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors of the National Western best of luck.
Wow, what an awesome class again. And again, I'm amazed. You get all the way through and the feedability in this cattle in this class. My compliments to you guys for picking out some cattle that have some rib cage, have some muscle. And again, it's just the things that split them from the young man with the white steer down on that end to the young man up here with the gold steer that's going to win our class is just quality differences. And so my compliments to you on putting together a nice set of cattle that look like they can feed, and I think that's extremely important still. I think after that, I wanted to walk these one time, and I knew what I was wanting to look at, and when they went right away from me, my class winner, the young man up here on the front end, it's pretty simple. I think he leaves you a shot, just not a shot, he leaves you quite a bit bolder everywhere. I think it starts at his back. He's boulder backed. He's boulder in his rib cage. I think he's a little broader in his hip, and when he goes right away from you, I think that calf is just quite a bit truer, more genuine in his base width down low. I really like that calf. There is not much wrong with him. He gives you a good look. He's youthful headed. I think that's a really high quality steer. The steer that comes second, and I'm not taking anything away from him, I like him quite a bit too. And you put these cattle on a profile, and you can flip a coin. I think both of those cattle represent an extreme amount of quality. It's just when he went right away from me, I just like to just stouten him up everywhere. His rib cage, stouten him up just a little bit down low when he leaves you, but that's an extremely high quality calf. When I get right in front of this calf right here, it's my favorite view. Not just because he's a baldy, but he has got an impressive amount of chest width to him, and yet he's still tight-shouldered. And you look back on his rib cage, he's round, he's bold in his rib. He comes broad back over his hip. We put him in motion, and relative to the two that are right in front of him, I'd like to just stouten up his bone work just a little bit behind and maybe soften his hind leg. But from the front two-thirds of that calf, I think it's extremely impressive in the look that he gives you. He reads like he's strong built. He's got a big forearm. He's got a lot of bulk and power to him. That's a really nice project you have there to continue on. A really soft, practical made steer that comes in 4. And young man, I do like the calf quite a bit. He's loose, he's flexible made. Relative to them first 3, he just hit me a little rounder. He's a little rounder in the shape to his shoulder. He's a little rounder in his hip. And when we put those cattle in motion, I just didn't see his pieces fitting together quite as well as that top 3. I thought of a really high quality. I love this one's color. He can give you an awesome look from the side. He's up-headed. I like where his chest floor and his body shape and all that balances up extremely well from the side. To me, the steer, if you want to make him go next level, I think we just need to take his hock and his foot and make that match just a little bit. He's a little bigger hock, and he kind of tapers down to a smaller foot, but I do love the steer. I love his muscle shape and his density and his power when you get right in behind the cattle. This one here, there might be some people that really tie into him, and I can see why. I do. Again, another high-quality steer that's awesome in his rib cage. For me, at this stage, at this maturity, he hits me a little softer in his makeup and his muscle shape than some of the other cattle. And I'd like to just power him up in terms of his muscle shape just a little bit, clean him up just a little bit down low in terms of his condition that he's already carrying at the base of his rib cage. But that's a good-looking calf. He's sound. He's flexible. Young lady, you do an awesome job of putting him together, and you should be proud of that. We get into a set of cattle, to me, nothing wrong with them. You just study their bone, maybe relative to some of the cattle right in front of them. They get just a little frailer underneath. The top side of their skeleton reads with power. It reads with some durability and some shape, and I like that a lot about both those cattle. I just need to stouten them up to match that power they have up high at the ground. We get into a group here. They're long, they're extended. They got plenty of length to them, so they're maybe just not quite as chubby in terms of their rib cage yet. But with some time, young lady, a sound, flexible one that's got a good look. He just needs a little more center body. Got a really good calf here from his hip forward. I like a lot of things. I'd like to raise him in his pin set just a little bit, level him up out through his hip, but I do like that calf extremely well in the front two-thirds of his body. The baldy, again, got plenty of muscle. Just need to see him balance up a little better. Young man doing a good job of hanging in there. And then the white steer that comes next, again, a calf that I think once we get him to relax just a little bit, I think some of those pieces will become a little bit just easier to fit together. Today, he just kind of wants to get out and go. You get a little higher in his spine. Very good class. My compliments to all those exhibitors all the way through. That'll be a nice set of steers for them to feed on.
Here's the official results of class number 8. Brazos Heck with Punchy Larry is going to be first. Second, Madison McIntosh. Third is Elena Halfin. Fourth place is Trevor Thomas. Fifth, Bailey Johnson. Sixth, Ashton Smeltzer. Seventh is Camden Hess. Eighth is Tinley Bivens. Ninth is McKinley Long. 10th is Bryson McKim. 11th is Bailey Johnson. 12th is Payson Hess. Congratulations to class number 8. Coming into the show ring is class number 9. Jace Johnson, Charles Lee Ramsey, Madison Collin, Dylan Thompson, Lexi Vera, Landry Welp, Lexi Guy, Gage Phillips, Cree Forgetto, Lucas Mullins, Reed Pratt, Outlanders, Danica Prinz, and Phoebe Richmond. Is class number 9, age or weight range 866 to 883. Thanks to Superior Farms, American lamb is delicious and easy to cook. Visit superiorfarms.com for great recipes and ask for American lamb at your favorite restaurant.
It's a tough class, and again, kind of one of those classes where you kind of got to set some priorities on where you want to be, what bothers you in terms of structure, what bothers you in terms of shape, and after you do those and you kind of sort some of that stuff out, these are the two steers I land on. And again, I want to be very complimentary on this class because, like we've talked about a lot in this division, you know, you get all the way down to the bottom, the young man down there in the cowboy hat, and you guys have really nice steers. You got good projects. They have some feedability to them. So don't give up on them yet just because I'm out here and I put you where you're at, because this class is extremely deep all the way through. And my compliments to you guys as exhibitors, and just take them home and keep working hard because this is a really, really deep class of cattle all the way through. I think when you get to the first 4 steers, and I even had the young lady over there with the white steer out here for a little bit too, because there is some things I like about that calf. Honestly, foot shape, he's probably the best. He's probably the most bland in terms of muscle shape, though, of these initial 4, so he was an easy pull when we went and rewalked him. But you get on the top side of the skeleton, I thought when you're out here and you get on these cattle and you can get right in behind this set of 4, the 2 cattle that in front of their hook bones that have just more shape and hook up into the back side of their shoulder with quite a bit more just dimension, turn, and density, I thought were these 2 young ladies right here, and that's why they end up in first and second. This guy here at the stand, his symmetry, his balance is extremely good. I think of those cattle, especially the Baldy right behind him, I think he's a little more expressive in his muscle shape. I think he's got a little more turn to his rib cage. He's a big 4-armed calf. I like him quite a bit. That's a really nice steer to start. This one here, I'm sure some will say, he's a little bland in his muscle shape, and I wouldn't argue with you. Maybe he is, but I thought from a doability standpoint, I found a lot more just center body rib cage. He's way more opened up in the center part of his body, and then when you get right on top of him, I think he just had quite a bit more meat product down his top, and I like that about him. He's a big 4-armed calf. He's a better footed option of the next 2 that come next, and I think he balances extremely well from the side. Young lady's a hammer on the stick and does an awesome job of putting him together. These are the 2 steers that I probably had the most problems with in this class. At the stand, I love your calf. He is awesome. He's cool built. He's got neat markings. He's up-headed, got a great head to him. Again, like we talked, when you get right on top of both of these steers, I just want to see a little bit more when they come right out of the back of their shoulder. They get just a little flat and peaked in their upper rib cage. This calf here, when we put him in motion, we need to set him down just a little bit softer from behind. This is the problem steer. At times he gives you a great look. At times he can look just a little round. He's a little rounder in his hip. He's a little rounder in his shoulder. I love his hind leg set. I love his feet. He's big hipped. Again, like we talked, you get right in front of his hook bones and he'll flatten up just a little bit. Those are 4 really high quality steers. Again, it's tough out here, and that's just how I saw him, and that's how I like him. The white steer that comes next, flexible, practical, just a really good made steer. You compare him to them first 4, he just probably doesn't have enough muscle shape to rival them. Then we get into a set of steers here, this black one and the white-tailed one. I like both these cattle. They're practical. They're really, really good at the ground. They're flexible. They have some doability. They're maybe just a little bit behind in terms of just chub and power and performance as those couple steers, but these are 2 really nice steers. Don't give up on them. I do like them quite a bit. They have balance, they have lines, and they got structure. Just give them a little bit more time. Those are nice cattle. Again, as we kind of continue on like we talked, it was just things of quality differences in head and shape and balance and just how things fit together. I love this steer from the side. I watch him go right away from me. We need to put a little more power in his britches and widen him up a little bit in terms of his base width behind. This calf has that. He's big backed. He's meaty out of his hip. We just need to have his bone match that extra chub up high just to have him balance a little better, maybe just neaten him up in his shoulder. But I like a lot of things about that calf as well. And we get into a pair of black steers. They're big up high. They're nice made. Again, we talk a little bit about when we study these cattle coming and going, they're maybe just a little more uncoordinated in where they set. They get just a little narrower based underneath. This guy's a little more opened up front. The white steer, good muscle shape, really a nice feeding steer. Maybe not quite as clean in terms of his joints as some of the other cattle. Maybe a little straighter up through his front end, but I like his practicality and I like his muscle. And the same thing with these 2 steers. Nothing wrong with their basic kind. Maybe just don't have some of the extras of some of the other steers that we have in this particular class. That is an awesome set of steers. My compliments to these exhibitors. Please give them a round of applause.
Results from class number 9, Danica Prince, first place. Second is going to be Lexi Vera. Third is Charles Lee Ramsey. Fourth place, that is Reed Pratt. Fifth place, Joyce Johnson. Sixth, Madison Collin. Seventh, Dylan Thompson. Eight is Allie Landers. Ninth is Lucas Mullins. 10, Landry Welp. 11 is Cree Forgetto. 12 is Alexi Guy, and 13th, Phoebe Richmond. 14th, Gage Phillips. We are now going to start the Division 3 drive as we bring in Kara Brimmer along with Brazos Heck and Danica Prince.
What an awesome division, and not just the 6 that we have out here, like we talked about in those classes of just really good cattle all the way through. And I appreciate having the opportunity to come and look through those and sort through those. And hey, if you want to do some things a little differently with you on some of those classes as we get into 5 through 10, hey, I probably wouldn't argue with you. It's just some personal preferences. As we get onto the top end and we bring some of these class winners back out, I will say this, the steer that's going to win this division, there's a lot of things I like about him. And I like the fact that he's still fresh, he's youthful, he's a calf, and he's got some skeleton to grow. And then when you watch these cattle or you stand on a corner and you watch him go away from you, I think he's the truest built underneath in terms of just the way he sets everything down. I think he's really nice. And not to take away from a couple of the others in this division because it's stout all the way through and there's good cattle. But the one and the reason I'm going to use him, I guess, is because he looks like a calf, but yet he's got raw shape and muscle and he's got some skeleton and room to grow and feed. And so give these guys a big round of applause. I'll go get you a champion in this division. There's one that sticks out pretty clear to me.
That is going to be Brazos Heck out of class number 8. That will now move up Madison McIntosh. That is going to be Danica Prinz out of class number 9. Will now move up Lexi Vera. And the third is going to be Lexi. So now that will move up Charlesy Ramsey. Congratulations to Madison McIntosh. That will now move up Helena Halfin. And congratulations to Kara Bremer. Is going to be your 5th place in that division. How about a round of applause to all of these exhibitors here? That will now set the stage for class number 10. That is Trotter Thomas, Kayla Lippard, Vienna Sales, Marianne Fassett, Chance Ford, Willow Martinez, Riley Joseph, Paisley Hastings, Ella Rogers, Shoop, Hadley Letterman, Ellie Cross, and Violet McQuack. As they will be coming in. Class number 10, weight range 885 to 900. Thanks to Murdoch. Save on the essentials that you need, like jeans, boots, pet supplies, fencing, and so much more. Shop online or find your store at Murdochs.com. Also, pick up one of those schedule books inside there, 40% off select items.
I know that took a little longer, but I'll be honest with you, I just think they're that good. And we have a lot of cattle in here that maybe aren't wanting to cooperate quite as well as maybe you'd like, and you'll get a glimpse of them where they're doing good, and then the next time they're pulling back on the halter and not wanting to do what they need to be doing. So that's what made it a little bit challenging for me. Regardless of that, when this guy hit the ring, and I know he pulled back on this young lady the whole time, and I could tell she was like, come on, buddy, we got to work together here. This thing's cool. I like him a lot. I mean, his head, neck, his flatness, his shoulder, his rib cage, his balance, his presence, I think is all really, really good. I wish he'd act a little better for you, but that's part of it, and part of maybe getting him out for the first time, I don't know. But I do really enjoy this calf's balance. He's a little more moderate sized, I'd say, but to me, the things fit, balance fit, the shape set to his shoulder, his knee, his foot shape, his bone, everything matches. And I think that's a really, really high-quality steer and a good place to start. I think from there is where it gets really challenging, because I think you have a lot of steers that are different shapes, sizes, muscle, frame size, and so that's what makes it challenging. Who's the most like my class winner in terms of body shape and having a little extra width to the center part of his body, having a little bigger foot size, leaving you a little bolder and a little just square and truer at his hock? Young lady right here. He's not the shiniest one in here. He's got maybe, if you can keep his neck and his head in check and just keep him fresh enough looking up front, man, from his shoulders back, he is awesome. Love his hip, his hind leg, and the way it drops out of the base of his skeleton. To me, his rib cage is where you get the advantage over the silver steer right behind you. He's a little bolder in the way that he comes out of the back of his shoulder. I love the silver steer at the stand, and when we get him stopped and parked, young man does a really good job. And his balance, his lines, he proportions extremely well. He's a calf that's got some bone. When you just watch him go right away from you, I didn't see as much just bulk in the top side of his skeleton in terms of being opened up in his rib cage. He leaves me just a little bit narrower from behind. I just want to open him up just a little bit and just make him a little bit stouter. Young lady, your Brockle face steer, I'm going to call him a work in progress, because I do love a lot of things about him. His hip and his hind leg and his rear foot is awesome. It's ideal in my opinion. The calf wants to pull back and he'll sit on his hip just a little bit, and at times he can just look a little off in his hip. But he's got a neat head. He's not the hairiest. He's not anything overly spectacular, but he's really good everywhere. So don't give up on that calf. I do like him quite a bit. We just need him to settle in a little better, make his hip and all that stuff and his tail head balance in him just a little bit truer. But I think that's a good class and a good set of steers there in those top four. We get into 5 and 6, and young lady's doing an awesome job. This is a big-hipped, big-topped calf. To me, he's a little more challenging to fit together in this class because he's got a little more size to him, and he maybe doesn't have that extra just rib cage to him. And so at times, I just want to open him up. He's going to be a little bigger frame steer. He's probably going to have to weigh a little more at his end point. I do like him. He's good. He's high quality. Just at times, again, we talked about that center body and that rib cage. I'd just like to open him up just a little bit. Good looking calf here. Young lady does an awesome job with him as well. I like a lot of things about him at this view. When I watch him go away from me, he hits me just a little tall, just a little flat in his lower quarter and his stifle. He narrows up just a little bit underneath, but a high quality steer from the side. This guy, if we can lengthen his hip out just a little bit, make him go a little more comfortably behind, I think he can move up a couple spots. He's a little quick rounder out of his hip. He'll get a little wide behind, but I like his shape and I like his muscle. Just need to redesign in the way he's put together in his hip. This calf here, same thing. Good looking from the side. You watch him go right away from you. You'd like to stouten him up down low just a little bit. I thought he got just a little hard stepping behind. Again, that's a high quality steer. Again here, I like the calf, balance, build, bone, all of that's good. Body shape is probably what gets him just a little bit. He's a little flat and drawn up in his rib cage. He probably doesn't have as much mass in the center part of his body as he does when he leaves you. Good calf here, solid, functional. Just like to set him down just a little bit softer in his pastern. A nice feeding steer there that needs a shot of bone. The red steer, long and extended. He probably just doesn't have the extra muscle and power. And then we finish with one that's got a lot of power and muscle. He just needs to be redesigned a little bit underneath to make him a little bit more flexible. That was a really, really good class. Please give them a big round of applause. That's a nice set of steers.
Results from Class 10. First place is going to be Piano Sales. Second is Ellie Gross. Then third is Chance Ward. Fourth is Ella Rogers. And then fifth is Violet McQuat. Then sixth is Adley Letterman. Seventh is Willow Martinez. Eighth, Riley Joseph. Ninth is Marianne Fassett. 10th is Diem Schultz. 11th, Trotter Thomas. 12 is Kayla Lippert. And 13th, Paisley Hastings. That is the results from Class 10. Class 11 coming in the ring, a range of a 906 to 921. Lena Crumley, Cutter Prinz, Camden Welp, Tegan Brush, Trace Johnson, Vienna Sales, Van Nissel, Jack Crumley, Trip Moss, Brigham Rimmon, Jamie Benton, and Lily Wilson. Don't forget to mark your calendars. Island Grove Park in Greeley, Colorado, January 27th, 28th, and 29th. Approximately 300 ag-related exhibitors. 3 days of seminars and more. Admission is free and parking $5 to raise funds to support youth and agriculture through scholarships. Visit ColoradoFarmShow.com. Thanks to Weaver Livestock, committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their booth between the Junior Barn and the Stadium Arena and check out their full line of show supplies, backed by the industry experts, as Weaver is devoted to fueling the enthusiasm for showing livestock innovative products at the National Western Stock Show.
I wanted to rewalk these one more time, and it wasn't probably for me on the class winner side of things because I thought he was pretty logical for me to go ahead and start with. It was probably between 2, 3, 4, and 5 is probably where I was kind of wanting to just study the cattle again, because there's some cattle, when you stop them and park them, you like things about them, and then sometimes when you put them in motion, if you guys just want to stay along the side there, head to tail, you'll be all right. But when you put them in motion, and then you kind of realize, all right, that's why I had that calf in that particular spot. So to me, the class winner, I'm very confident on he's my class winner. Big, stout, bold, big forearm, big round rib cage. You get him behind the cattle. He's got shape out of his hip, but most importantly, from his hook bones forward, I think that calf hooks up with a ton of muscle on the backside of his shoulder, and I like a lot of things about him. That's a really nice steer and a good place to start. Like we talked, 2, 3, 4, 5, heck, you can even throw 6 in there. I think that's where the challenge is for me. And this is a similar pair of steers. I probably just saw a little more muscle shape and back and power in the young lady that's second than the young lady over here in third, and that's kind of why he learns where he does. He could clean him up in his sheath just a little bit. You could maybe balance him a little truer, but I think that's a stout, powerful, nice feeding steer. I like this one's look and his presence. He's got a nice hind leg. At times, he'll want to camp his hind leg up underneath him just a little bit. I didn't think there was as much shape and dimension when you got right on top of the cattle, and that's kind of how he ends up in third. Love this calf from the profile. He gives you an awesome look, and he'll catch your eye. Balance is awesome. Feet and legs are really good. We watch him go right away from us. He just gets a little narrower in terms of the way he's put together out of his hip. He probably doesn't carry as much muscle down low. I'd like to see him base just a little wider when he leaves you. This young man calf here, I moved him up a spot, and I wanted to rewalk him one more time because I like a lot of things about him. He is stout, and he is powerful, and he is incredible in terms of his rib cage. Just when we put the cattle in motion, he's maybe just a little rounder in his hip. He's not quite as comfortable in the way that he sets down on his rear foot and rear pastern. He just maybe doesn't piece things together quite as good in motion as he looks when he's standing there. I love the calf that comes next, again, from the profile. Just to me, his shape to his head, he's a little longer and narrow in the shape to his head. That kind of goes with his body and just his muscle. He's just a little flatter made for me. Good calf, nice made steer that's sound, and he's flexible, and he's got good lines from the side. I just need to power him up a little bit. There's a lot of things I love about the red steer that comes next. Body shape is awesome. Muscle's awesome. It's just when we put the cattle in motion, he just gets a little rigid for me off of both ends, really. He's a little bolder, rounder in his shoulder. He doesn't probably transition quite as good in his forerib. But to me, a calf that if we can get him just to set down a little more comfortably. I know he's a little worked up out here and he gets a little prancy. But to me, he just needs to be better in his pastern. If we can do that, I think he can slide up quite a few spots. Today, I probably just wasn't comfortable with the way he was setting down. The gold steer, practical, functional, good-made steer. Just, again, when you compare him to the ones right in front of him, probably doesn't have the extra bells and whistles like some of them do. He's probably not as neat up through his neck and his chest, but that's a really good steer, a good feeding steer for that young lady. I think that's a nice project. Real stout, bold, big-backed one that comes next. Again, maybe we'd just like to just neaten up his lines just a little bit. When we put him in motion, he'll drop his shoulder out of his front side of his skeleton. He'll get up a little bit there in the middle of his back. Long, extended one that's got muscle. Just need to have his body catch up with his extra shape that he has to balance him up a little bit better from the side. And we get to 2 pair of cattle that have a little more frame size to them. They just need a little more time and feed to catch up with the extra chub and mass that some of the cattle in front of them do. Very good class. I think a really nice class winner there on the top end.
Congratulations to class number 11. The first place is Cutter Prinz with Roger. And second is going to go to Lily Wilson. Third is Lena Crumley. Fourth is Trace Johnson. Fifth is Jack Crumley. Sixth is Van Nilsen. Seventh is Vienna Sells. Eighth is Tegan Brush. Ninth, Brigham Raymond. And then 10th, Camden Welp. 11th, Jamie Vinton. And 12th is Trip Moss. Congratulations to class number 11 as class 12 comes into the show ring. That is Tinley Becker, Cody Avery, Emily Donahue, then Jory Miller, Cash Pratt, Ainsley Morandi, Genevieve Williams, J.W. Burgett, Ainsley Kramer, Emma Fassett, Emery Ince, and Jace Hines. Thanks to Superior Farms, committed to the care of the flock. Our employees and owners believe good things from putting the flock first. And get the story at superiorfarms.com.
It's a really, again, a very competitive class, and I think a really competitive top pair that we have here. I think both these cattle have some similarities. I think there's some things you'd tweak on both of them, and if you could put them together, I think you'd have a really nice steer. Young lady that's going to win the class, to me, when we put the cattle in motion, is probably where I give him the advantage. I think he is just a little better in the set to his shoulder and the way it fits on the front side of his skeleton. I like where his forearm and his knee set up front, and he's got just a little more slope. I think he's a longer hipped calf, and I think when you watch the cattle go right away from you, I think he stays a little truer at his base. I don't think he's quite as bold in his upper hip as what the steer is in second, and that's definitely an advantage the young man's calf has, and I like that about him as well. But I think this steer here, to me, long-term flexibility, looseness of structure, that's where I just see him as they continue to move on and continue to mature. I just like those things. His length of hip, where his shoulder sets on the front end of his skeleton, I just think he's a little more comfortable in that regard. This calf's impressive. You get on top of him, he's big-backed, he's big in his upper hip, he's really bold in the lower part of his stifle and his quarter. I just want that to match a little better at his base width when he goes right away from you. That's a high-quality steer. Both those cattle are really, really good. And we talked, like as our class winner, he picks his neck up just a little cleaner and a little truer. This guy maybe just a little rounder off of both ends. Young lady with the red steer is doing an awesome job. And I'm sorry, we got the black steer first. That calf, I like him. If we can just drop him in his flank and make him balance up just a little truer from the side, change the shape to his head, I think he can rival that top pair. I love his muscle shape, his roundness of body, his boldness and power. To me, he's just a little plainer in his head shape. He doesn't have that extra rib cage like those first do. Young lady with the red steer, doing an awesome job, and she's out here working hard at it. She's got a nice calf, and I like his body shape. I probably prefer his body shape over the steer that ends up in third. He's just a little straighter off of both ends for me. When we put the cattle in motion, he maybe doesn't flex and reach with as much comfort as the black steer does right in front of her. The white-legged one, again, a lot of things to like about him. He needs to be a little more relaxed out here in the ring. At times, he's a little rounder in his hip, and he'll get his hind leg up underneath him, and it can kind of throw off his balance just a little bit. But when the young man gets him stopped, the front two-thirds of him is awesome. I mean, the way his neck comes up out of his shoulder, his rib cage is awesome. I want to level him and lengthen him out through his hip. I want to see him set down just a shade more comfortable from behind. The Hereford Mark steer that comes next, good calf. When we have him at the stand, we like a lot of things about him. He'll give you a neat look. Just when we put him in motion, he's just a little tight everywhere. He's a little tight in the middle part of his back. He gets a little high there. He just needs to be a little more looser made when we put the cattle in motion. But at the stand, you can build a case to move that calf up a little bit higher because he's got some neat things. I love the flexibility and looseness of skeleton in the gray steer that comes next. We just need to open him up on either side of his skeleton. You watch him come at you. He gets a little narrower through his chest. He probably doesn't have as much muscle when you get right in behind the cattle. I like the muscle and the shape and the white-footed steer that comes next. He's round-bodied. He's a really, really, actually, to me, easy feeding kind of a steer. Just gives up some of the extras in terms of balance and look. When you get right in behind him, he'll close up at his pin set just a little bit. I'd like to just stouten him. We get into a set of cattle here, these next four that are coming around. Good cattle, nothing wrong with their basic build and their kind. They just give up quite a bit of weight performance in this particular class. The gray steer here needs to move a little better behind. Maybe need to reconstruct a little bit of just hock and joints and how they hit the surface on these two here.
Congratulations to Class 12 winner. That is Tinley Becker with Animal 22. Then second is Cash Pratt. Third is Ansley Marone. Fourth place is Emery Ince. Fifth place is Cody Avery. Sixth place, Jory Miller. Seventh is Emma Fassett. Eighth is Jace Hens. Ninth is J.W. Burgett. 10th is Ainsley Kramer. 11th, Emily Dono. And 12th is Genevieve Williams. Congratulations. How about a round of applause for Class 12 here this afternoon? We are now going to move to our division drive. From Class 10, we'll bring in first place Vienna Sales along with second place Ellie Cross. Class 11 will bring in Cutter Prinz, and second place Lily Wilson. And Class 12 will bring in Tinley Becker and second place Cash Pratt. This is a Division 4 drive. Thanks to Common Spirit Health is proud to be the presenting partner and the official first aid provider of the National Western Stock Show. As Common Spirit is committed to unleashing the healing power of humanity through human kindness. Learn more at mountain.commonspirit.org.
What an awesome division as we get these back out here. And again, I don't always ask you to agree with me on everything, but to me, I think there's two that probably stand out pretty handily to me. And again, we worked through some of those classes, and the cattle are so deep all the way through. I wouldn't argue with you if we got down, some differences between, 5, 4, however you want to place some of them, because those cattle all have value, and I think this is what makes it really challenging. I'm pretty confident probably on the two that I have out here, and I don't mean that in an arrogant way. I just really like them, and I think they're cattle that probably fit me for what I like, and I like their ruggedness to them. I like the extras that they have. They're stout, they're powerful, and yet they still look cool from the side, and they've got neat heads, and they're still youthful. And so give this division a big round of applause. This is a very good set all the way through, and not just the two that I'm going to use, but there's a lot of really nice steers in this division. So give them a round of applause. I'll get you a champion in reserve.
That is going to be Cutter Prinz out of class number 11. That will now move up Lily Wilson. Reserve is going to be Vienna Sales. That will now bring up Ernie Cross. Third is going to go to Tintley Becker. That will now bring up Cash Pratt. And Cash will be fourth. Lily Wilson is going to be fifth in that division. Congratulations. How about a round of applause for division number 4? That will bring in now class number 13 to the show ring. Harper Johnson, Cooper Miller, Kelton Arthur, Randy Clements, Brigham Riemann, along with Chase McKay, with two steers, Missile and Tank, Diane Clement, Tegan DePorter, Cody Harrell, Colton Phillips. Thanks to John Deere, the official agriculture and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer. Great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a deer.
We'll go ahead and bring these first two steers around. And a really good class, and to me, a pretty logical class winner. And I like both these steers, two steers. The difference between me and what I see, I think both of them have all the extras that you want in terms of bone, in terms of hair and presentation. I think all that's really good. I think there's one that hits me just a little bit more youthful. He's a little cleaner bodied, and I think he's just a little more expressive in his muscle shape. And I like that about him because we're still in January and there's still a long road ahead. And I think this calf here, to me, I just like his youthfulness over the one there in second. And so really nice steer to start off this class and balances up extremely well. Very, very nice calf. I like the calf in second like we talked. To me, you get him parked at the stand, you know, he's got a neat look to him. He's deep and soft-bodied. But I think with that, I'd probably maybe like to, with all that extra rib cage, I'd like to just raw him up a little bit in terms of his shape. He maybe not quite as expressive as what our class winner is, and I think he gets maybe just a nickel mature at this stage in terms of his body shape. But that's a really high-quality steer that's got a nice look, and that young lady does an awesome job as well. I like the white-footed one up that comes next. If we can shape his front feet just a little bit better, I think he can get up into that top pair because from his shoulder back, I love his shape. I like how long-hipped he is. He's got a good hind leg. We study him up front, the front feet, and when you watch him come right at you, the calf will want to roll quite a bit and get on the outside of his hoof wall. But I love a lot of things about that calf's genuine muscle shape, his flexibility behind, and his body. Really a neat made calf that comes next, and in this class he maybe gets a little out-horsed in terms of bone, in terms of foot size, but he's got a neat look. He's great in terms of his lines. I really like how elevated he is in his chest floor and how soft and deep and bold he comes back into the backside of his rib cage. We watch him up front. He'll want to plant and twist just a little bit. We'd maybe like to see him come at you just a little truer. He wants to get a little out in his elbow. This is a good-looking calf here. If we could power him up just a little bit behind, make him a little broader in terms of his pin set. I like a lot of things about him at the stand. He's got a nice look. He just maybe comes at you just a little flatter in terms of his upper rib cage. He's a little flatter there out through his hip relative to that top couple cattle. Good red steer next. Good feeding one. Awesome bodied. You know, relative to those ones right in front of him, he maybe doesn't handle his hind leg quite as well. He gets a little more rigid in his hock and his rear pastern. We get into a nice group of cattle here. The next two, they just come at you a little greener. They maybe need to be a little redesigned in terms of the way their hind leg hits the surface, but they have muscle, they have look, and they have presence from the side. They're maybe just not quite as neat and attractive as some of the other ones right in front of them. Get into a set of three cattle here. Again, nothing wrong with their basic practical build. They look like they'll be easy feeding ones. Just give up some bone, give up a little foot size. We put them in motion and maybe get just a little bit rigid. Really nice class. I think two really nice cattle there on the top end.
And congratulations to Class 13. First place is Kelton Arthur with Baldy. Second is going to go to Tegan DePorter. Third is Harper Johnson. Fourth, Cooper Miller. Fifth is Brigham Rimmon. And sixth is Ann Clement. Seventh is Cody Harrell. Eighth, Colton Phillips. Ninth, Chase McKay. 10, Chase McKay. 11, Randy Clements. As congratulations to those in Class 13. Class 14 coming into the show ring, Colton Phillips, Brigham Rimmon, Dax Jackson, Kylie Phillips, Tinley Weathers, Jace Hens, Cutter Prince, Bentley Ince, Addie Davis, Tatum DePorter, and Clement.
really a nice class all the way through, and 1, 2, and 3 I like quite a bit. And the steer that wins this class for me, I think relative to just his length of body, I think his body shape sets in him just a little cleaner, a little neater from the side. I think he's a calf when you get him out and you get him parked on the side like that, he gives you a really, really good look. You know, I would like to, and honestly, both 1 and 2, I'd probably like to see maybe just a little more shape as you come right out of the back of their shoulder into their backs, just to stouten them both up just a little bit in terms of just their actual true shape. This is a good calf. He's good looking. He's nice made. You put him in the move. I think his feet are a little cleaner. They're a little better than what our 1 is in second, and I just like his body shape. I really like the Gold Steer next. He's extremely flexible. He's loose made. He's a little longer bodied, and with that, he's got maybe just a little more maturity up front. I just want to see with that extra maturity of bone and maybe just his skull shape, I want to see him just a little more explosive in the center part of his body. I'd clean his feet up just a little bit. If he can get the center body, he's got bone, he's got flexibility, he's got muscle. We just need to see a little bit more there in the center part of his rib cage and just open him up. I really like the white steer that comes next. Honestly, in terms of just raw muscle shape of those first 3, he might have as much or as any as he comes out of the back of his blade. He's strong topped. You know, when you get the cattle on the side, he's a little bigger in terms of his size. He maybe doesn't have as much just of the extras as those first 2 do. I really like the calf quite a bit. I like his cut ability, his raw muscle shape. I just maybe like to just lengthen him out there in his hip just a little bit, make him go just a little better like our 2 class winners do. Love this steer that comes next, extended, up-headed up front. You know, the front 2/3 read with a ton of quality. The rear third, we need to raise him in his pin set just a little bit, level him up out through his hip. Just make that steer a little more comfortable when you set him in motion. Long extended one. Love his hind leg and his rear foot and the way that it hits the surface. To me, he just needs to come with a little more cage. I'd like to pick him up in his shoulder just a little bit. He'll want to drop his shoulder. He'll get a little tighter there in his spine. This is a really nice calf the young man's got, and he'll give you a nice look when he gets him stomped and parked at the stand. To me, at this stage, I think he's the greenest in this particular class. He just needs to come with a little more flank, a little more rib cage. I think if you continue on with that calf, you're going to like where you end up at the end. He just needs a little more time and feed. The basics, the build's all there. He just needs some more time. Like Red from his shoulder back. He's long and level out of his hip. He's stout in terms of his bone work. He gets a little plainer up in his head and neck for me. I'd like to just neaten him up in his throat latch, the top side of his neck, just make him a little prettier about his head as well. The gray steer, again, a real practical, functional steer that's got nice feet, good in terms of his legs, just needs a little more time, just needs a little more feed to just bulk up a little bit in the center part of his body. We get to 2 cattle that probably have a little more center body, just need to make them a little neater in terms of their lines, have them balance up a little truer from the side. That's a really good class. I think 3 really good cattle there on the top end. My compliments to those exhibitors.
That is Class 14 official results. First place, Cutter Prinz. Second is going to be Brigham Reuben. Third is Addie Davis. Fourth, and Clement. Fifth is Jay Sins. Sixth is Colton Phillips. Seventh is Tinley Weathers. Eighth is Dax Jackson. Ninth is Kylie Phillips. 10th is Bentley Ince. Congratulations to those out of Class 14. Class 15 coming in the ring. Case Carnahan, Hadley Kirst, Gage Phillips, Ainsley Kramer, Reese Locke, Tristan Hastings, Vienna Sells, Ethan Breton, and Camden Brown.
good class here, and we'll have the young man bring his calf around. For me, he's a pretty logical class winner. Just everything balances and fits well. He's clean made, he's got muscle, he's got bone. Just a really nice steer to go ahead and win this class. I think the challenge probably becomes a little bit more between 2, 3, and 4 for me. Young man with the steer here in second. I'd like to just stouten him up a little bit in his rear foot. Outside of that, I think he's the most like my class winner in terms of body shape, how he transitions out of the top side of his shoulder. He's got a little more back shape. Just a really nice steer to go ahead and be second. I like the steer in third in terms of his flexibility behind. You study him up front, maybe it'll come at you just a little more narrow in his chest. I'd like to raise him in his pins just a little bit when we put him in motion. Just see him balance up a little truer. But I love his body shape. I like his stoutness out through his hip. Just a really high-quality steer to be end up in third. This is a good class, and we get into the fourth steer here. Again, if we can make him just a little more comfortable out of his front end and loosen him up in his spine as he goes, I think that calf can work his way up even a little bit higher because his balance is good, his look's good, he's got plenty of shape. Just when we put him in motion, he gets a little tighter in terms of his step off of both ends. The gold steer, to me, probably with the little extra maturity that he has, I'd probably like to see a shot more muscle shape in him when you get right on top of him. He's a little flatter in his upper rib. He probably doesn't carry it down as low quite as well, but I love his bone. When we put him in motion, the calf reaches extremely well from behind. He's a high-quality steer. In a tough class, he probably just runs out of a little bit of muscle. Same thing for this steer that comes next. High quality from the stand. Young lady does an awesome job presenting him and putting him on a stick. To me, of those initial cattle that go right in front of him, his bone probably doesn't match some of his bulk and mass up high. I'd like to stouten him up in his forerib just a little bit in the way that he transitions out of his shoulder, but I do think that's a really high-quality steer. We get into 3 cattle here. To me, this one probably had the most muscle of the remaining 3. I'd like to soften him up in his rib cage just a little bit. Young man's doing a heck of a job of sticking with it as well. The red steer got a nice look to him. He probably needs to be softened up in his rib cage a little bit, especially backing through his flank. I thought there was a little more shape in terms of his top side power and how he comes out of his rib cage than the black steer that comes next. Love the easy feeding look in the black steer. Just need to make him a little neater in terms of his lines. A good class, really nice class winner there on the top end.
Official results from Class 15. That is Vienna Sales for first. Second is Camden Brown. Third is Ainsley Kramer. Fourth, Hadley Hurst. Fifth is Tristan Hazen. Sixth, Reese Locke. Seventh is Case Carnahan. And eighth, Gage Phillips. Ninth, Ethan Breton. Congratulations to those. We are now in Division 5 drive as we bring back out Kelton Arthur out of Class 13, second Tegan DePorter. Class 14 first was Cutter Prince, second was Brigham Riemann, and Class 15 Vienna Sales and Camden Brown.
It's a really nice division. Let's put your hands together for an outstanding set of cattle. As I get them back out here, for me, there's one that probably hit me pretty hard in class, and I think probably the challenge is probably from there on and how you want to line them up. But there's one out here that's just a little more youthful in his look. I think he's a little harder in terms of his muscle shape, and yet he's still a practical steer that's got plenty of rib cage and body, and I like that things about him. The fact that he's just still has a youthful look to him, but yet he's still probably the steer that's got the most muscle. And so this is a really good division. I'll go ahead and get you a champion and top 5. Again, give them a nice round of applause. I'll go ahead and congratulate your champion.
Congratulations to Kelton Arthur. That will now move up Tegan DePorter. Reserve champion will come out of class number 14, and that is Cutter Prince. That will now bring up Brigham Raymond. That is Vienna Sales, and that will now bring up Camden Brown. That is Brigham Raymond. This is going to be 4th. That will now bring in Addie Davis. And that will, 5th place will go to Tegan DePorter. Congratulations to those. So we will start back at 12:45. They are telling us, so we'll start back at 12:45. Okay, it is time for the overall drive, and we welcome to the arena out of Division 1, Chesney Pritz, out of Class 2, out of Division 2, Danica Prinz, out of Class 6, Brazos Heck, out of the Division 3, for Class 8, out of Division 4, Cutter Prinz, out of class number 11, and Kelton Arthur out of class 13 for Division 5.
had an awesome day to be able to get out here and sort through these cattle. It's been, man, it was tough and it was hard, and it makes things challenging on me. And you know, you get them out here, and you guys have just made them so good that it makes my job tough. And so my compliments to the breeders who made these, and my compliments to you guys as exhibitors who are out here showing them and putting them together as good as you can, and then you guys getting them ready. I want to thank the National Western for letting me come do this, and Jennifer and calling me. I was excited when I got the call, and need to thank the guys back home, Wyatt and Jake. They do a lot for me, and I'm very, very appreciative of what they do, and just keeping things going. And my in-laws back home, my wife and I came out here with no kids, and I talked to them a little bit this morning, and like everybody, we're kind of battling some of the elements. And my father-in-law was running the feed wagon, and my mother-in-law was watching our 3 kids. So quick story, and I know we got a bunch of guys back there wearing some Denver Broncos hats, and I'm sure they want to be able to watch the game, and they're giving some fist bumps back there. Good luck to you guys today. But we had my wife and I, we brought some cattle out here. Our crew came, we stayed home, and man, we had a tough week. And it just, everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. And it was probably the last day, and we were walking in the house, and she was tired, and I said, "You all right?" And she said, "Yeah, it's just we can't get ahead, and we're struggling here a little bit." And I said, "Yeah, that's part of it, you know." And you just kind of roll up your sleeves and you kind of keep going. But man, when I got here last night, we watched that Supreme Heifer Drive. That was awesome, and the speech Dan gave, which I thought was really cool. He said we walk a fine line of I don't even remember how he said it, stupidity versus passionate. And I think a lot of times we probably walk that line. And but he ended it with something along the lines of we do it because we believe. And we do it at home because we believe in this. We do it at home. We believe maybe someday we can raise something like this or raise the next champion. We believe in the young people that are out here showing. And I spent a lot more time on the other end of the class. Probably never had the opportunity. Some of you guys did out here. So I am trying not to get emotional. I can be a little bit of a wuss, but I care about this so much. And I want to let you all know, hey, I tried my absolute hardest today. Whether you agreed with me or not, this is how I liked them. And I think it's important to just keep believing and keeping your faith, and then also you know, because the National Western believed in this and they built this for us. And please give them a huge round of applause for all the people that help out throughout the week, the volunteer, the staff, because this is amazing. And I can't imagine what the next couple years will look like as they continue to grow even more. So put your hands together. I'm not going to talk the cattle. I'm going to take one more look. But this has been an incredible set. I am so grateful to have this opportunity, and everybody be safe getting home. Thank you.
Congratulations to Chesney Prince and her steer Watkins. That will now move up Landry Fuss. Congratulations to Kelton Arthur out of Class 13. Will be your reserve champion. That will now move up Cutter Prinz. That was Cutter Prinz's Kef out of class number 11. That is going to go to Danica Prince out of class number 6. Bring up Savannah Ingram. Congratulations to Vienna Sales in 5th place in that overall. How about a round of applause one more time to every one of our exhibitors here today? And thanks also to our judge, a mighty fine job. As also thanks to all the great partners that helped make it happen here at the National Western, like Common Spirit. Also, as what a beautiful facility here at the CoBank Arena, and the National Western celebrated 120 years last night, history making right there in that Coliseum, and they continue to do that in building the legacy. So enjoy the rest of the day at the National Western. There's still a lot to take place.